going to get the meeting to order. Roll call. Rick Raleigh,
I'm here.
Garcia,
Here.
Buchanan.
I'm here.
Mr. Bender is absent and Maria is here. Mr. Raleigh, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly. Please join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kylie, do we have any public comments pertaining to closed session?
We do not.
Okay. Closed session. We need to go into closed session to discuss the following: people personnel, expulsion case, expulsion number 6, 2324, and expulsion case, expulsion number 7, 2324. Admissions case AD number 3, 2324. Revocation of expulsion case stipulation number 1, 2324. Annual review 9, 2324. Annual review 10, 2324. Expungement case 12, 2122. Conference on Litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection A, current litigation, 10 cases. CIVDS 190-71972, CVIDS 20111-983, CIVDS 2022-956, CIVSB 2111303, CIVSB 2220303, CIVSB 22-18676, CIVSB 22-27023, CIVSB 23-04-85-6, 86-5, CIVSB 23-14073, CIVSB 23-22-17-1. Government Code Section 54954.5, subsection C, and 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 2, and subsection E, and subsection 1. Anticipated litigation, 1 case. 2020-21-05, Government Code Section 54954.5, subsection D, and 54956.95, anticipated litigation, 4 cases. Claimant: Wawanisa Insurance ASO Bizardi, Brianna Claimant, Dana Lisa Claimant, Cabrera Victor Claimant, Johnson Lavette for Davis Young Jeremiah. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title, certificated and classified employees. Number 4, public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title, certificated and classified employees. Number 5, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Dustin Conrad, employee organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Number 6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Dustin Conrad, employee organization, California School Employees Association. Number 7, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8, negotiating parties, Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School. Security matters, Government Code Section 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. Superintendent's evaluation, number 10. I ask for a motion to go into closed.
So moved. I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll see you in 2 hours. call the meeting to order. Nico, will you please lead us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call. Rick Raleigh,
I'm here.
Gary Arcee.
Here.
Amanda Buchanan.
Here.
Dennis Bender is out today, and I'm Maria Opara. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here to watch us do the work that is relating to the students. The board appreciates your support and input of our educational partners at our meeting. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. The board will listen attentively to comments and presentations. Once again, thank you for being here. Student reports. Sitting Bull Academy, Nico Zamaran, Andrew Solis, Lindsay Flores, Penelope Rudock, Ava Gazvini, Avery Genovitz, Lillian and Andrew Jones, Lillian Wilcox and Andrew Jones.
Am I tall enough? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Nico, and I'd like to start by thanking all of you on behalf of our school for giving us the opportunity to come in and share with you all today. So if you don't mind, I'm going to start by reading off all of our student officers. There's me, your 8th grade president, Andrew Solis, your 8th grade vice president, Penelope Ruddock, your 8th grade treasurer, Lindsay Flores, your 8th grade secretary, Ava Gazvini, your 7th grade president, Avery Janowicz, your 7th grade vice president, Lillian Wilcox, your 7th grade treasurer, and Andrew Jones, your 7th grade secretary. Our 7th grade students just handed you gift bags that I will cover in just a minute. So starting at the beginning of our year, we have our theme of the year, which is Building Our Future, and we started our Web Where Everyone Belongs program, which is a student inclusion program that focuses mainly on 7th grade students to help them feel a part of our community. Web students go out at their lunch times and just kind of help them do activities with them, talk with them, and just make them really feel a part of our community and know that they have someone to talk to. We had our family STEM night, and every single week, every Friday, we have our Spirit Wear Bear Days, where we wear red and black or our spirit shirts to show spirit for our school. This year, we added our college, career, and military days, which students will wear on the last Friday of every single month. They'll wear a college career sweater, t-shirt, or like sweatshirt to show spirit for their futures. And speaking of spirit for our futures, this year we added a bunch of new electives: cosmetology, family and consumer science, mini auto, graphic design, and social and emotional learning. All of these were picked out for our students, especially using information from the Youth Truth Survey. She's not hurt. That's special effects. I promise you that is special effects done by our cosmetology students this year. Right there, you see that we have like our graphic design students. They did this really cute photo frame that was like an Instagram inspired thing. And if you guys want to look inside of your gift bags, there is a cocoa mix made by our family and consumer science class, a cocoa stir stick that melts in hot chocolate, and a coaster that says "Built with Love" that was made by our graphic design class. So think of that as a gift from our entire school coming together to thank you. And then we have our ELOP after school and before school Ugh. Our ELOP after school and before school activities. We have math and science breakfast club before school, our yearbook club, crochet club, esports, all of our after school enrichments, arts and crafts, basketball, board games, cultures and geography, archery, cooking, a bunch of other ones. You can see our coding classes and our math and science classes right there. And for the next slides, I'll be handing it off to Solis, our vice president. Go ahead. This side, that way.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Andrew Sleece, and I'm the Sitting Bull Vice President for 8th grade. So this September, we did a summer's end dance, which was led by AVUSD, and there was a total, I think, of 150 students in attendance. And we also had a character drama play that our drama put on for the young ages. They really enjoyed it. And this October, we also had our school's first dress-up day for Halloween. We also had a Pally 6th grade field trip for leadership, cooperation, and teamwork. This year in October, we also had a Red Ribbon Week, and we had ribbon tying, which a bunch of students grabbed ribbons and they tied it around the fence at the front of the school. We also had our BMX shows, which they helped give a speech about not doing drugs. And we also we also did a spirit day, which is wearing red for no drugs. And overall, the spirit was very good. Also, I'm going to be handing off to Lindsay Flores, our secretary.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Flores. Ford? Okay, in the first trimester, there were 446 students in 7th and 8th grade on honor roll, which is 50% of 7th and 8th grade students, compared to the 37% of students last year. In the picture, there are all of the students who have a 3.0 GPA to a 4.0 GPA in 8th grade. To reward them in November, we had a Renaissance rally where there was students versus adults basketball game for 8th grade, and for the 7th graders, there was a students versus students dodgeball game. The adults won the students versus adults basketball game, not surprisingly. After the game, the 8th graders went to the bouncy houses, which were located in the field outside. The 7th graders went to the bouncy houses before their dodgeball game. The bouncy houses were also a reward for the younger grades meeting their AR reading goals. To reward the Renaissance students further for all their hard work, the students who got a 4.0 GPA got to attend an all-A cafe. The all-A cafe was hosted in the cafeteria during advisory period. The students got a donut and a bottle of water. There was also games such as Giant Connects 4 and 9 Square. There were 108 kids who got a 4.0 GPA. In November, there was also a canned food drive and a turkey feather donation, where for every $1 donated, you wrote your name on a feather, on paper, not an actual bird feather. We raised over $20. We raised over $1,200 in donations. All the money raised was spent on food baskets with a whole turkey that went to families in need. For December, there was Pajama Day, which every student always looks forward to. On the same day, there was also the Winter Dance. At the Winter Dance, there were games such as volleyball, 9 Square, Giant Connect 4. The dance also had a snack bar, which raised funds for the school. There were lots of variety in the snacks, such as cotton candy, Sour Patch Kids, Sour Punch, Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper's, Takis, Cheetos, etc. The students who got to go to the dance had fun and eat things that they don't usually get to eat in school. Events such as these encourage good grades and good behavior so that they are allowed to attend. In the month of December, there was also the most famous and most celebrated holiday in the world, which is Christmas. Lots of people, especially the younger ones, want to get something for the people they care for, but since they are so young, it's difficult to choose and keep secret. Our school had to offer a holiday boutique where you could buy surprise gifts for the people they love and care for. There were lots of variety of the items, such as hats, coloring books, mugs, cups, socks, bath bombs, wallets, etc. This was ASB's largest fundraiser to date. This month also had the STEAM Fair, where students got to enter the projects in science, technology, engineering, and math, which is what STEAM stands for. 15 of our students will be representing us at the County STEAM Fair. Now to hand it off to Penelope to discuss our future events.
Forward and back.
Thank you. Hi, I am Penelope Ruddick and I am the treasurer. So wait, okay. Which?
Forward.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks. That's a giant arrow. I should understand this. In January, we are having our cross-age activity, which they're basically just having our lower campus and our upper campus join together and become one, getting to do an activity, which normally we don't mix the classes that much, but I feel like the little kids need that sense of like to have an older person to look up to. So it's really good for them. And also us in ASB, we get to go to Disneyland. We get to learn some leadership things at Disneyland because there's going to, leadership. You wouldn't put those two together. So we're really excited about that. And in February, we're going to have our STEAM Gardner Hall field trip for our it's our STEM electives, and they get to go learn about animatronics and some pretty cool stuff. And our broadcast gets to go to Universal Studios and learn about some, how do you say this? They get to learn about their, sorry, I'm like freezing up. Here, let me just move on to the next thing. We're hosting the district spelling bee, which last year our ASB, not our ASB, sorry, I'm freezing up. Our SVA got to go. One of our students made it all the way to the county level, which was really, really good for us, and it really shows how hard our students work. And so, continuing with the broadcasting, they get to go and learn about. They get to go explore the movie sets, so they get to learn more about that kind of stuff. Sorry. In March, the kindergartners get to have their hat parade, which will be really adorable. And our cross country and our basketball star, which definitely will be one of our best years yet, because I've seen these kids and they're just amazing. And we also get to do our Calico field. The first graders get to go to Calico, which if you've ever been to Calico, they're going to have so much fun. In April, I didn't see the April slide, so I'm going to have to wing this. In April, we have anything but a backpack day. So basically, you bring anything but a backpack. You can bring a shopping cart. You can bring an ice chest. You can bring a stroller for a baby and just put your stuff in it and bring it around all day. Who knows? Even bring your little brother. See my little brother over there? He definitely would carry around my stuff. Our goals for this year is we're trying to get more student feedback to involve all of our students and really just lift up our students. And we're trying to encourage more students to achieve the 4.0 Renaissance, because we got a lot this trimester, but we're trying to get a lot more. We're just trying to encourage all of our students to get that. And we're also trying to make our school more welcoming. We want to make sure everyone feels like they're welcomed in our school. And our next thing is we just want to continue building up each other and making sure that each other we just feel loved in our community. And that is the end of our Sitting Bull presentation. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, I wasn't gonna say. I wasn't gonna say anything. I just thought I was supposed to say something. Go on.
Thank you so much. That was really pleasant information. High Desert Premier Academy, Ismail Solis.
Can I move this back a little bit? Yeah? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Dang, where's Mr. Bender, man? I wanted to say something. Sorry.
He's
I'm
probably
saying,
watching and loving this right now.
I just wanted to say something. I just wanted to be like, I just wanted to say what's up to him. All right, sorry.
We'll let him know.
Good evening, President Okpara, board members, Superintendent Nelson, and Executive Cabinet. I wanted to start with saying congratulations to Ms. Okpara for getting the president and everything. Sorry, my mind went blank. I hope that you all had a restful and fun winter break with your friends and family. I'm thankful that the district is able to provide support for the students to get a job. Thank you, Mr. Killian. He's over there. What's up, guy? It's been a while since I've seen him. But I was able to get my family and my girlfriend a couple of gifts since I'm working and I'm proud of myself. It was nice to be able to give during the holiday season. We have had a very successful quarter. There have been many students who have met their high school requirements. Our school's goal is to have at least 100 graduates by the end of the year, and I'm glad to say that we are well on our way to meeting that goal. I have to give a shout out to Mr. Bateman, our CTE teacher. This is the first quarter that we participated in the CTE video production precision exams. We had 16 students pass this quarter. This class has grown significantly in the last 3 years. Way to go, Mr. Bateman. Every month, our Wellness Center puts out a newsletter to staff and families. Because this month is Mental Health Awareness Month, the newsletter will review the 7 dimensions of wellness, which includes self-care. It also has a section that brings awareness about, sorry if I mess up on this word, I feel dyslexic sometimes, epilepsy and seizure preparedness. All right, I said it right, thank you. All right. Next week, Superintendent Nelson and Executive Cabinet will be joining us for our second student advisory meeting. We're excited to have you on our campus and continue our conversations about improving our school. I'm gonna see you there, Ms. Nelson. I hope I'd see you and talk about some good things about our school, hopefully improve it. And yeah, I finally got to see my big brother. His name's Antonio. I don't know if any of you guys know him, but he's been deployed in the Marines for about 2 years, and he only stayed for 2 days, which is okay. I mean, I got to see him, and I made some fun memories. I mean, I was chasing him down the street a little bit, but it's okay. My brother graduated from High Desert Premier. Mr. Smith remembers him, and he wanted to see him, but he just wanted to chillax for those 2 days, which is fine. I mean, he's been put to work for like 2 years straight, so. But he's gonna come back though. I mean, like this month, he's gonna be there for a month. So I don't know. Maybe I could bring him. I don't know. We'll see. But my brother used to always say how he was gonna join the Marines, and he finally did. So I'm proud of my big brother. I hope to be just as successful as him, if not maybe more, and then I could probably flex on him a little bit. But I hope you all had a great winter break, and are having a great start to your new year. See you next month.
Thank you so much, Ishmael. Granite Hills High School, Hannah Forget.
Good evening, Executive Cabinet, board members, and attendees. My name is Hannah Forget, the junior class president at Granite. I hope you all had a very wonderful Christmas and a very happy New Year. Also, happy School Board Recognition Month to all of our wonderful board members. We appreciate you and all of your service to AVUSD and our community. We wouldn't be where we are without you. I'm very excited to be back tonight to speak to you on what's happening at Granite. Before break, our linker held cocoa and creme to help our freshmen study for finals week. We had teachers and our leaders there to help our students study for subjects such as French, Spanish, English, math, science, and a lot more. Linker also had a leader potluck and a secret Santa, which was lots of fun for both the leaders and the teacher and staff who runs Linker. Theater has been very busy getting ready for our upcoming play, Julius Caesar. And as a theater student, I personally invite all of you to come immerse yourself into the timeless tale of power and betrayal on January 26th at 7 p.m. and January 27th at 2 p.m. and 7 p.m. I'm not in this play, but I definitely recommend you guys go and watch it because they are incredible and you won't regret it. The following week, theater is holding auditions for Mean Girls the Musical, the play that everyone on campus is very strongly looking forward to, including myself as it's a personal favorite. January 31st is the first day of Cougars United for peer helpers. This event is where staff and students participate together in a one-day event that empowers students with leadership, communication, empathy, positive behaviors, and networking skills. The focus of Cougars United is to instill positivity and a sense of community among the students and staff. through building an understanding of similarities and struggles and pressures we all face. Our peer helpers put this event on multiple times every year, and it's always a huge success. We are looking forward to it. Our mock trial team has their county award ceremony in Ontario on January 25th, and we are all very excited for that. As for CTE, we've already had 188 students pass the precision exams in the first semester, and students are getting ready for Skills USA. We will have Skills USA competitions for the next 5 weekends at Granite. We will have medical, graphics, multimedia, SCADA, baking, and culinary competing. Before the break, ASB was busy with our ornament fundraiser where students got to purchase an ornament and paint it during lunch. This semester, ASB is busy planning and getting ready for all of our events to come, and there is a lot. The senior class is finalizing senior hoodie designs, and they've secured a location for prom. Both the location and the theme will be announced on January 31st during lunch. The junior class is preparing for the 2024-2025 school year by looking for prom venues and choosing dates for our many events. The sophomore class is working hard on decorations for winter formal. The theme is a night in New York City. The freshman class is working on posters for winter formal and coming up with games ideas for our winter rally. ASB as a whole is looking forward to Kindness Week, which is January 22nd through the 26th. We have a lot of fun activities planned for the week and are collaborating with our graphic design class to have Cougar Kindness stickers made to pass around campus. We are also working on plans for staff appreciation days and weeks. Our winter athletics are up and running and seeing a lot of success with our programs. Currently, both the girls and boys soccer teams are undefeated in the Desert Sky League play and both have a great chance to capture the league title. Both our girls and boys wrestling programs have seen a lot of success in league matches and individual tournament matches. A couple of the standouts are Chloe Navarrete, who won her weight class at the Rancho Mirage tournament, and Jaden Autry, who took home the title at the Merle tournament held at Silverado High School last weekend. Our boys basketball team currently has a 10-5 record and just came off of a big win against Victor Valley High School. The girls basketball team has grown leaps and bounds since the beginning of the year, and the team is really coming into its own. They just recently had a very big win against Big Bear. Our girls water polo team is a mix of veterans and youth, and they are really starting to come together. They recently beat a very tough Royal Valley team to pick up their first league victory. We thank you for your support of Grand Hills High School, and as always, Maroon and Gray lead the way.
Thank you.
Hey, Hannah.
Apple Valley High School, Sophia Brandt.
For the record, I was actually a Hawk for 13 years.
Thank you so much. It's our monthly dance. All right. Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of the board and attendees. My name is Sophia Brandt, and I'm the Apple Valley High School Associated Student Body Line President. I hope you thoroughly enjoyed your winter break. And it's been a year since I've last spoken to you? Today, I'll be sharing with you what our students and staff have been up to during December, as well as some of our goals for the upcoming month. Our Sun Devils had a relaxing break, but some of our athletes were still hard at work. Soccer and basketball players had games, and wrestling had a tournament. League games have just started up and will continue throughout this month. Camp's film crew has also been at these events to capture some stellar photos of our incredibly talented athletes. Pathways and electives have been preparing for Skills USA, and we're so excited to see how they do. If it's anything like years in the past, we can expect amazing things. To relieve some stress during finals week before break, we had emotional support dogs come on campus to give everyone a little bit of calm in the storm. We also had Spirit Week, dressing up in ugly Christmas sweaters, fuzzy socks, sweats, and pajamas. EMR students took their trauma assessment final, demonstrating the procedure in front of members of the community that work in the field, and every single student passed. PBIS has been giving out great Spark prizes, where Sun Devils bundle their hard-earned Spark cards and turn them in to receive gear like shirts, hoodies, socks, windbreakers, belt bags, and most recently, Stanley Cups, which are all the rage right now if you didn't know. I see one of our board members does know, though. Student Store has also started selling popcorn this week for just $1, and it's been a hit with the students. Students can also have the chance to put their Spark cards in a monthly raffle to win bigger prizes like dance tickets, yearbooks, and Letterman's jackets from We Got 'Em Tees. ASB will be putting on Greek Week and Winter Formal this month. Greek Week will involve spirit days, including the traditional toga day, as well as fun games at lunch leading up to a dodgeball tournament at the end of the week. Winter Formal will be held on the first Saturday of February, and we're so excited to dance the night away. Lion is holding Mr. Sun Devil signups happening for the next 2 weeks. It will be on March 15th, but since it's a huge production, we've already started planning it. And I've started choreographing the opening dance routine, which I'm so excited about because in my brain, it looks really funny. I can't reveal the theme to you yet, but let's just say it's going to be a wild time. There are so many exciting things happening at Apple Valley High School, and I want to thank you all for your continued support. We couldn't give our students any of these incredible opportunities without you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the student speakers. You are amazing. Superintendent comment?
It's always hard to follow the students, and I sound like a frog tonight, but I want to talk a little bit about what Ishmael mentioned about Mr. Killian back there. The after-school program, our extended learning opportunity, we do something very unique in this district that I am super appreciative of. There was an idea about putting our students to work in the after-school programs, and Mr. Killian took the lead for us, took the applications, and these kids are out on campuses doing exactly what Ishmael said and making money, and it's a game changer. They're not out having to make it other places to have a job and be employed, and we love it because it's a pipeline for us. There are students in our system that never thought about education, being a teacher in any way, and they've found a passion with it and say that's where they're going. In other cases like yours, you're going to be an architect, and I can't wait to see that happen. But whatever it takes, we're thrilled to get these kids out there, engaged with some of our younger students. And so it's one of our highlights in this district. Yeah, good job, you guys. It was mentioned already, but the STEAM Fair was December 13th. It was amazing to see all the students here. Not just the traditional science fair projects, but some amazing art projects made out of recycled items. And to see it, I can't even begin to explain, but pretty phenomenal, and lots of students going on to the county. It is School Board Recognition Month, and I always like to indicate that service is one of our core values in this district, and the board members up here do nothing but serve. Hours of time at board meetings, hours of time in prep, all for the betterment of this district, and it's much appreciated, and it's worthwhile to acknowledge that it's work that's done without a whole lot of recognition in that matter. Our elementary student advisory took place today. Lots of students across this district. Nico was there with us. That's why I said, poor thing, she has to spend the day with me. A little break in between. But one of the best things, even though they give us tons of feedback about the Youth Truth Survey and things that they notice about the data, you wouldn't believe what these students provide to us in the hours that they're with us. They take data charts from Youth Truth Survey, and they tell us what questions they have, what things they notice, what things they'd like to ask other students. And then they present it to us. And that's just the first meeting. We gather their administrators in and bring them alongside in the future meetings. But one of the fun things that we do is we were taste testers today, and we usually are at the elementary level for food that the Nutrition Service Department is thinking about putting into the rotation. But they got a chance to taste all kinds of things today. Some were a win and some were a loss. They either loved it, it was okay, or no thank you. And they were things like faba beans that were dried, or there were these little pop oats that were actually pretty good, and a breakfast hash brown sunriser that was a kind of a split. Either you loved it or you didn't like it. There was no in between with the students. But it's always a fun activity, and we really appreciate our nutrition service workers department coming out and making sure that the students are invested in this process of choosing what they're going to have on the menu. And finally, Monday, there's no school in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I remember when I was a teacher, mostly 5th and 6th grade, but I think it was mostly people recognized Dr. Martin Luther King for his I Have a Dream speech. But I loved hearing what my students realized as they discovered things beyond that speech. What was familiar to them about others, what was different about them, and to learn things about him other than that speech. This year, Martin Luther King Day actually lands on his birthday. National holiday is always the third Monday of January, but this year it is his actual birthday. And I think that what Sitting Bull said about lifting each other up, that's one of their goals of lifting others up, is actually how we should all reflect on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. How can we lift each other up and work together? We shouldn't all look alike. We shouldn't all act alike. That's what makes our community so wonderful. And so I hope everybody takes a little bit of time on Monday to think about that and bring it back and make our community a better place. So thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Buchanan.
All right. First of all, I just wanted to thank all of the students. It was so nice to see you guys even helping one another learn how to use the little clicker. But as always, like that's probably one of the best parts of our meeting is just getting to hear what's going on at the different campuses and see you guys interact with one another. I wanted to congratulate both the superintendent and Maria because now we have 2 more completers for Masters in Governance on our governance team. So there's 3 of us now. So congratulations. And by the way, I am so glad you said what your sticker said because the whole time we were in the back room, I kept trying to like read it across the room. I was trying and I was trying not to stare, but I couldn't see it. And anyway, I was looking, but I was trying not to look. So taste tester. That's awesome. That sounds like a great event. I did want to, the STEAM event, I know you spoke about it, but it was such a great event. This room specifically was just packed to the brim with projects. There's this giant elephant over there by the door where you came in, like paper mache. It was gorgeous. There was a like which lip gloss lasts the longest science project. There was some great ones, but then as packed as it was with projects, it was equally as packed with proud parents and students, and it was phenomenal. So it was a great event. I also wanted to take a moment just to thank and congratulate Hesperia Unified on their community center and performing arts center. They also invited us to come on over and celebrate with them as they broke ground on that at Hesperia High School. And I know I was supposed to be there, but that lovely illness that's going around to everybody got me right at like that last week before we went on break. So I did not make it out there, but they, I just wanted to say thank you because they always do such a great job of making us feel so welcome at their events. So I wanted to say thank you. And then also thank you. They nominated me as well for the delegate assembly, which we had done here. So that was just super nice to hear when I got the email after their board meeting. So thank you. And then Board President Akpar and I had the opportunity on Saturday to go and visit over at Victor High School, where they were dedicating a building to Lieutenant Colonel Felix Diaz, who had taught there. And so we got to be there for that ceremony, and that was just a really nice event put on. He taught when I first started teaching up here in the high desert back in 2007. He was like 2 doors down from me with Chief Moitoso at the time. And they were just super awesome to have nearby as support when I was a brand new baby teacher. So it was really nice to be there and see his name up on the building. It was a great ceremony that we were able to go to. So it's nice to see the boards kind of supporting one another in the high desert. So it's nice to be a part of. I think that is it for me, but so thank you. And
Thank you.
I will pass it off to Gary.
Mr. Arce.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say congratulations to the visual and performing arts students at Apple Valley High School and at Sycamore Rocks. I had the chance to go to the Sensations Dessert Theater performance over at Apple, and the holiday band and choir performance in Sycamore Rocks. And just want to congratulate the students and the parents and the teachers involved in that. Everybody I know put in a lot of work on that, and the students really did a great job. So congratulations to those students. I also want to commend Mr. Powell at Granite Hills High School for all the great things happening there. I was able to spend some time with him, and just so many tremendous things happening at Granite. One thing that really stood out to me was the student engagement that's going on campus, really throughout the entire campus. We were able to visit some English classes, math classes, choir classes, special needs classes, and every class that I went into, the students were on task, enthusiastic, eager to learn. They really wanted to be on campus. So just a great atmosphere. So tremendous things going on. We also had the chance to visit one of the cooking classes, and the students there talking about student engagement. They were very eager to share with me their cheesecake recipes. And I did not know, I was definitely schooled on this. I did not know there were that many possible cheesecake ways you can make cheesecake. But they showed me that they are very, very creative in their recipes. They all generated their own recipes and so on. And again, that's just kind of indicative of the engagement that's going on throughout so many of our campuses. So I just want to congratulate the staff for the work effort, for the enthusiasm that they're instilling upon their students. The family center there at Granite Hills is also doing some fantastic things. They were showing me the school supplies and the clothing that they provide for the students, and the family supplies and the adult training that they get for the parents. So just some tremendous things going on there. Really excited to be on campus there. And like was already mentioned, I also want to congratulate just all the students who participated in the district STEAM fair. Again, it was like Amanda, like Trinae were saying, it was such a pleasure to walk around and look at all the different ways that students are kind of expressing their own individuality and what they're interested in and so on. I have to admit, one of my favorite projects was an ant Olympics project. And the student was investigating what would be the best ant Olympian, of if you could get different kinds of ants. And so I learned that black ants would be the best Olympians because they could lift 60 times their own body weight. So if you think about how much you weigh, imagine being able to lift 60 times your own weight. Apparently that's what ants are capable of doing. So that is a tremendous bit of information that I know I will treasure for quite some time. So I just want to commend all the students for all their hard work. You can tell they spent a lot of time, working on these projects along with their parents and the teachers. Also want to thank all the judges, the teachers and community members that came in acted as judges. Just a fantastic event. And again, all of this is just indicative of the tremendous things going on throughout our district. So thank you for all the hard work of the students and the teachers and the staff.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Raleigh?
I always thought it was the red ant. Welcome to 24. There's only 5 more months to graduation. So you senior speakers only got 5 more meetings. It's going to go by quick. It's just crazy. So I just want to welcome everybody to 24. And Ismail, I'm going to call Bender tomorrow and let him know that you were asking for it. Because I talked to him today and he said, hey, call me if there's anything exciting at the meeting in the morning.
I guess this is it.
It's going to make this day that you were looking for. Okay. You're going to flex on him, right? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the students that came in today to present to us about all the wonderful things happening at your schools. But before I step away, I need to actually acknowledge my buddy. We were both teachers in this district, DK. When we were growing up as teachers, I used to call him one of the Baywatch boys. And here he is leading these students in the job market. Thank you so much, DK. So that's about how long the history goes back. Thank you so much to the students who presented. As you can tell, this is going to be a different way of doing business. We're going to have 2 Pledge of Allegiance, The first one is going to be led by a board member. The second one will be led by a student. And I walk in and I pick up whoever I find. So be prepared and show us what you have. I really appreciated the on the spot when I called on Nico and she was ready. I would have picked a high school student, but I know they're always ready. So I wanted to be sure that we want to pick a younger person to do so. Um, Last year is over. I hope we don't go back that way. This is now a new year. So I hope you all picked a word that will identify you for 2024. Everybody should have a word that is the word that they lean on. I can tell you that my word started out with serenity, and then as I navigated the first week um, of 2024, I changed it to clarity, and I'm still navigating, and I'm still trying to change it to service. So I don't know what my word is going to be, but I want to make sure that that word is going to be the word that will center me for the rest of the year. Um, I like the WEB, which is like I was waiting for the Dubois to come in, but it is where everyone belongs. And I really, really, really like it, especially for somebody who's from another country. I like to go into a place and I feel that I belong there. And you guys have made me feel as part of your family, each and every one of you. When you walk in here, I see a family. I see people I can go and break bread with in their homes. I am hoping that this year brings with us the very best that we have, the very best. I'm hoping that at the end of this year, you can actually look back and say to yourself, I did something that I didn't think I could. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to serve you. I have Mrs. Nelson wanted to say one more thing before we go on and release you.
Well, I know that there was a question about where Mr. Bender was. Mr. Bender does not miss board meetings except when he has knee surgery, apparently. And he had a knee replacement and he's having to have a second surgery tomorrow. So today was all the prep. So Ishmael, he will care that you wondered where he was, but I think it's important for everybody to recognize that he doesn't miss unless he has to, and he has to. This has to get repaired so we can have Mr. Bender back walking. Right? There we go.
Yeah, you will.
So good thoughts for him tomorrow.
All right. At this time, we're going to release the students so they can go do your homework, and we'll see you next month. Thank you so much for coming. Next week.
Yeah, student advisory.
Oh. Let me at least say a quick hello to Ted.
Good to see you. Welcome back. I like your suit. It's real nice. I like it. Have a good night, man. Thank you. All right. I like your jacket too. I know. It's first one I just got it. Should have got it 4 years ago. Good job. Bye.
He says he wants to get out of here so bad. I know. All right, the clerk of the board will report on any action taken in closed session.
So, in closed session, the board, item, let's see, B2 litigation, government code, section 54954, the Johnson L. for J. Davis Young. On a motion by Raleigh, second by Opara, the vote was 4-0 to deny the claim of Levitt Johnson and Jeremiah Davis Young. Excuse me?
Your mic.
Oh. In closed session, the board took action on item Government Code Section 54954, L. Davis versus Apple Valley Unified School District. On a motion by Raleigh, second by RC, the board voted unanimously to deny the claim of Lisa Dana. In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. Government Code 54954, First Cabrera versus Apple Valley Unified School District. On a motion by RC, seconded by Buchanan, the board voted unanimously to deny the claim of Victor Cabrera. And finally, Government Code Section 54954.5D, on the recommendation from the superintendent on Wasena Insurance, ASOB Brizardi versus, Apple Valley Unified School District. On a motion by Okpara, a second by RC, the board voted unanimously to accept and pay the claim of Wasenia Insurance, Wanisa Insurance, ASO Brianna Bizardi. And that is all of the reported actions from closed session on that items.
And at this time, I'm going to go backwards. California School Employees Association, Nicholas Garrett. Can we get a report from them? No, they're not here. Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, AVUTA, Karen Sabers. Do you have Leslie? Okay, Leslie is speaking on behalf of.
Good evening, Superintendent Nelson, board members, cabinet, and audience. I'm speaking on behalf of Karen this evening as she could not attend. AVUTA would like to take this time to congratulate Ms. Okpara for her new role as president and Mr. Raleigh for his new role as clerk. As always, we know you both do a great job supporting our district. Karen would also like to invite each board member to the CTA High Desert Service Center School Board Luncheon on January 20th to honor you for your service. The details of the luncheon will come in an email from Karen tomorrow. We hope everyone had a relaxing and enjoyable break, and we look forward to what this next half of the year has to bring. Have a good evening, Karen.
Wow, that's quick. Thank you. Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. The board may approve the agenda as is or add and or pull items from the consent agenda for discussion and or action.
I move for approval.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We have a discussion information to review the Apple Valley Unified School District Governance Handbook.
So the governance handbook was initially put together by different members of the school board in the 2021 school year in conjunction with California School Boards Association. And annually, it should be brought back to the board for review. We did this last year at the December reorg meeting and realized that that's probably not a great time to do it because we have new board members that are joining. And so we delayed the bringing it as an item until this month. And what I would propose is that there's a 3 months worth of work on this. One where it's brought forward for the board to have the current governance handbook in front of them. And then either you guys can decide whether you want to do some kind of a workshop on it or whether you just want to provide during the open meeting some thoughts and ideas at a future board meeting, and then have those brought back with the amendments and then take adoption forward. I just need some information on how the board would like to move forward with it. Suggestions.
Well, as I was reading through the handbook, it is clear that the people who put it together are not all here. So we have people who are here being governed by a handbook that they didn't participate in. So I would suggest that we begin to work on the handbook so that everybody that is the current board will have the opportunity to look through the board, the policies or the board policies that we have approved or agreed to. And for each subsequent time that we vote in a new board member, that we should go back and revisit that board handbook so that whoever the new board member is will have an opportunity to have an input as to the guidelines that they are willing to follow. That's what I am looking at. I would also like to see it being handled gradually and not just the full book, because it's a full handbook. And just pick up the areas that we'd like to revisit. I think every board member should get a copy of it so they have opportunity to look through it, so that when we do meet, we'll have the opportunity to really say, this is not working for us again this time, or this is still working, so we need to leave it in place.
So each of you have a copy of it attached to the board item. We can certainly make copies of that if you'd like. I will tell you that there are some updates to the board bylaws that are attached to this already that I would like to start bringing forward to board meetings, future board meetings, with the amendments that are recommended by California School Boards Association, either because of law or just wording changes. So those will show up as independent, because they're already board bylaws, but updates for the board bylaws. I can have it agendized at the desire of the board for future board meetings, just to take sections and review them, if that's.
I think that's probably the best, and so that we don't, we can digest it as we go for different items. You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
What was the, I'm sorry, which you're saying in chunks? Is that?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. From the superintendent would push those forward, and we can go over them. You're talking about changes, right, Trinae?
Yeah, any.
Well, those are
not
for the
just-
individuals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know CSBA did, and I don't remember which session it was, but they had done some type of a recommendation where it was almost like a workshop. Not necessarily like a retreat, but like they talked about doing like a Saturday, which it doesn't have to be a Saturday, but like some type of a thing where the board got together, and not necessarily the ones like we're getting right now that are driven by law, but like the ones that are more personalized to our district and our individual board, where we would like revisit those, like she was saying, when it is a new board, or but like kind of revisiting those specific ones
So
and seeing if those still are applicable.
So there's a multitude of things. So what you have is you have the handbook, which is,
Right.
and then within the handbook, there's the board bylaws. That's got my notes. I can't lose that.
I got my notes.
I've got my notes. It'll disappear. But then there's bylaws that are attached to the different sections.
Mhm.
So what maybe I can do is propose sections along with the bylaws that go with those, and do the updates that are required for those bylaws at the same time. And we could either do it as a presentation, a discussion action item, so that there's exactly what we're doing right now, talking about the process, and then you would take action to either approve those bylaws at that time that they matched, or we could put together what's a workshop. I just have to have direction. I'll do whatever I'm asked.
I think we need to, first of all, we need to look at the ones that the law has, you need to have in place.
Right,
That the
those we
law
have to
says
do.
needs to be,
Exactly.
we need to have those in place, so that we are governing the district using the law that is current, that says
And those
we
have to
need to do
come
so.
as they come.
When it's out, give it to us, we read it so that we know it's there. The one that we need to really
The
revisit
governance
are the
handbook.
governance, what is the role, what the roles and responsibilities of governance members and governance team protocols. Those are the things that, because we are going by a set of protocols that some of the trustees that are sitting here did not participate in the design
Yeah.
of it. So we need to bring them in so that they participate in that design to be able to have a buy-in to why it's there.
So do you want to do that as a workshop, separate, just totally about the governance handbook? Or do you want to do that during a board meeting as part of a discussion action item?
During a board meeting is a little tight because we have people who are waiting to
The principals wanna go
participate in the board process. I think we need to do the actual work behind the scenes and then come out to the public arena and approve it.
Even a workshop would be a
Right,
public
it would be
meeting.
public, but
Yeah.
then they don't have.
Anybody
to
can
come.
participate
They can
at
come.
the workshop.
If they're welcome.
They're welcome to
come.
observe.
Yeah.
It's a public meeting.
Right.
So I just, I can have Kylie look for some dates and send those out to the board and get a consensus on which date would work best.
Okay.
Is that the desire of the board?
Yes.
Yes.
Whatever.
I got it. We'll tell Dennis that you said that he would come too.
I thought, we could just do it in
Sean,
chunks, but if everybody guys want to meet on a Sunday
I'm not coming Sunday. Sunday's out.
or a Saturday.
well, there's
doesn't
some things
have
that we could do before we hit the workshop. If she can come up with a date that it works for everybody,
That's fine.
that's
Yeah,
even like
shoot
a
some
month
dates out,
out,
yeah.
then I could start sending things that were ahead of time.
Yeah, I think when they proposed it was more of like a board retreat type deal, like.
Before school started. I think that's what we had talked about. They had done theirs as a before school started, just to get everybody, or at the end of the school year, setting up for the next year. So we could do a little bit of both. I think I was in the same session with him. I think I heard that too. Okay,
Okay.
I have direction. Thank you.
All right. ELOP, Expanded Learning Opportunities presentation by Mr. Schlosser.
This presentation will actually be by Theda Smith. So I'm just going to get the slide deck going here, and she's going to come up and talk to you. You've got a handout at your seat that has some of the highlights she's going to share, some of the data that she's going to review, and it kind of looks like this. It's 2 pages.
Thank you.
Thankfully, she made it so this one just loops. I don't even have to advance the slides. So I'll hand this off to Theda Smith.
Okay. Good evening and Happy New Year to each of you. So I'm here tonight to share about our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, also known as ELOP. The video in the background will show you some of our ELOP program activities and clubs. ELOP provides funding for our before and after school interventions and enrichment programs, as well as our summer school and intersessions. The ELOP program requires that it be offered to all students in grades TK through 6 and must be no less than 9 hours per instructional day. And on top of that, we're also, on top of the 180 required instructional days, we are required to have an additional 30 non-school days for no less than 9 hours also. Sorry, I squirreled for a minute. We meet this requirement by offering day camps through the town of Apple Valley during our fall, winter, and spring breaks, as well as through our summer school offerings. We have a variety of clubs and activities. As part of our ELOP program, our school offers a variety of clubs and activities that you can see on your flyer. They're all listed there. However, one of the program requirements is that we must offer an intensive language arts program to ensure that our students are learning to read and reading to learn. Some of our other activities and clubs range from art, sports, math, archery, yoga, dance, choir, engineering, 3D printing, ASL, and a whole bunch of more other things, including hiking. One of our schools does a hiking club where they have hiked Bell Mountain. They've gone hiking at the beach, as well as Joshua Tree National Park. We have partnered with the town of Apple Valley and their ASAP program, where 5 of our school sites provide after-school daycare. This is for parents who have nowhere for their students after school, and it allows us to keep these students in a safe place until their parents are off work. We have also partnered, I don't know what to call him anymore, but with Dennis Killian, or Baywatch Boy, over here in the corner. So we have partnered with him and Apple Valley High School Student Worker Program. We train the students on how to work with the elementary students. We've been able to provide after-school jobs for our high school students, and we have almost 80 students that are in this program. The best part about having these students work with our elementary students is that they request often to be placed at their elementary school because they feel like it's a place where they can give back and they feel very connected. So we're really thankful to Mr. Killian for the work that he's done with these students and that he's allowed us to do with them and for sharing them with us for our program. Some fun facts about ELOP program is that overall, we have a total of 276 clubs and activities provided to our students throughout the district. We have over 3,591 students that are currently participating in our before and after school programs, and some of our sites have a wait list. We have 43 classified staff members that help run this program across the district, and a total of 261 certificated staff members that are also guiding this program. Another fun fact is that we need to watch out because our students that are in the archery clubs, they're starting to hit their targets. So if you're on a campus that offers archery, keep your eyes open. Students in the gardening clubs are feeling very connected to their campus by seeing the beauty of their gardens and being able to watch them grow and enjoy caring for them. Often students are disappointed when their parents arrive early to pick them up because they enjoy spending time with their friends that they've made in this program outside of their regular classroom. They have so much fun, they just don't want to leave. 2 of our school sites offer a dinner program, while others offer an after-school snack, which the kids love because we give really good snacks. One of our sites is in the process of creating a golf club for grades 4 through 6, where the students can practice on a golf simulator and will have an opportunity to play on a real golf course. I think that's really cool. So as you can see, our students are getting opportunities to experiment with many different types of activities that they otherwise would never have had. They're finding their interests and identifying their talents through this program. Are there any questions?
Great program.
Thank you so much. Is it possible for us to go and visit one of those when they have it? or
Go
do
to
we need
any site. Just
great.
watch your backs. But you can go to any site, any day of the week.
Oh,
There's
great.
always something
We
going
just
on.
want to see what happens.
And they're before school too, so not just necessarily after school.
What hours does it actually end at?
It depends on the school site. If they are doing before school, some of them can end by 5. If they're only doing after school programs, then they end at 6.
Oh, it goes as late as 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So what do you do when it gets dark so early? I mean, they just do it inside then the gymnasium,
Mhm,
basically? Yeah.
Yeah, they go, or they use classrooms.
Mhm.
Some of them are in the classrooms.
That's impressive. That's good.
And data on the student work program, it says that 80 students are involved in it, so 80 high school students?
Approximately 80. I think it's actually 78 right now, so 2 more will be at 80.
Great.
Yeah.
If
Any other
any of the
questions?
board members would like to go and tour this, let us know. We would love to have students tour you because if we can schedule it, if we know in advance, they would love to showcase what they're doing. So work with Kylie and I, and we'll get you in and on a schedule with some kids. Very.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. High school graduation recognition presentation.
Get a sample of this one. Okay, this one looks like this if you want to follow along with me.
Give me the papers.
I was going to ask Mr. Killian to do it. Okay. This is in regards to AR 5127, and in the printed materials, actually, there's a reference to it. I put it in there because it is a sentence worth reading. This is our current administrative regulation that guides how the valedictorian, and if there was to be only one valedictorian, then the salutatorian are selected. And so I'll just let you puzzle this out. As high school principals, we were all tasked with explaining this to parents. And as you kind of get to the second or third clause in that sentence, you realize it's quite complex. It served its purpose at the time, and here it stands. And the current senior class is subject to this regulation. But what it really does, and what we've learned over time, is this current administrative regulation, because of the way it says at that last part, and any student who earns a weighted GPA that is higher than one of those foregoing mentioned students, what it does is it really pits students against students. In the current policy, and Mr. Powell, Mr. Goodrow, have had to do this difficult conversation. At the end of the last final for seniors, it could be that a student who earns a grade B, no longer in the running, also removes 3 students above him or her. And so students who have done nothing but simply earn the grades that they are on track to earn could go from being on track to being a valedictorian to losing access to that because of someone else's grades. It's because the way that sentence is written, it's always dependent on and anyone whose GPA is higher than a student with all A's and 6 APs and a distinguished scholar. It's a difficult and uncomfortable conversation to have, and it comes at the worst possible time. In lots of cases, the programs are already printed. So that last minute change is tough. The other thing the current policy does not do is allow for our early college students to really get in the running because they're not taking as many AP classes. And yet, universities evaluate those transcripts in such measure that those students are really in some ways now preferred to AP. We have written from the Cal State admissions officers that they really like to see students who are taking those early college classes, especially those CSU UC transferable courses. And in fact, to be quite honest, some of our most competitive students who are getting into the most elite universities in the nation are no longer necessarily only AP students. They're often early college students. I think back to a student of ours a couple years ago who was the valedictorian of VVC and also one of our students at the same time and went off to Princeton. So what have we done to address this as this came up is first, we made sure we spoke with parents. Both high schools held sessions for parents, and then we had a joint session where we brought parents in and gave them time to give their feedback and share with us their priorities. I'll have to tell you, when we showed them this policy, they didn't understand it very well. It's really tough to explain. We have to run some simulations. We did speak with teachers, advanced placement teachers, because of course there's some impact there to their programs potentially as we look at shifting the way we recognize excellence. We did bring in students. We spoke to all the students who are kind of currently in the running for recognition in the old system to make sure we brought them in this discussion so they would understand what are the ramifications for you and how do you see this going forward as you work towards college entrance, because it's of course most important to them. And then finally, our counselors, some of whom are here, they're really our student champions. They're the ones who kind of live this at the front lines of college applications who are telling us this current system isn't working for kids. So what we realized we needed to do is make a system that will still recognize our top students, but define how that is recognition, how that metric kind of it gets put together so it's clear and predictable and still in line with how universities are evaluating our kids. So we brought them together in December. We had a thought exchange after sharing with them the policies and some ideas. Got about 270 thoughts rated and really high alignment between students, staff in the room, and parents. And this was the paragraph that the AI generated based on all those thoughts. I won't read it to you, but I'll just highlight the fact that in that first sentence, it talks about an inclusive, transparent, and predictable recognition system. If we look just real quickly at just what are the main themes that came out of that, that thought exchange, it's clarity, predictability, which makes perfect sense to me. I wouldn't want to put anyone back in that position to have to give that same speech to a family saying, yes, I know you thought your child was going to be a valedictorian, but because Susie got a B, your child isn't. That's not clear. That's not predictable. But that's what we've all suffered through. So we looked at some alternative approaches and came to consensus with the group in the room. So across the nation, colleges have done this for years, and many high schools are moving in this direction to a Latin system. And so essentially it's 3 levels of recognition with cum laude, the honors designation, magna cum laude, a kind of higher group, and then that most elite group, the summa cum laude. And so that would be very specific. We'd make it a very predictable benchmark to hit, allow for students to say, even in semester 7, when they're turning in their college applications, they could say that they are on track to be or currently designated as one of those based on their GPA alone. We would, of course, want to look at the weighted 9 through 12 GPA and include in that weighting CSU, UC transferable courses from universities that students brought to us. So the consensus really came out to be to use these cut points to kind of look at a 3.5 to 4.09 as the with honors, roughly equivalent to the number of students now in that distinguished scholar category. A little higher group at that 4.10 to 4.29, and that 4.3 is important. What that would be is essentially still allow for students who don't take for some reason, they're not in the early college program. There's limited seats there. And they may not be able to get to VVC to take other classes, but they could still take our AP program and quite easily earn a 4.3 or higher GPA. They do it now in the current system. But of course, students could surpass that. Using that cut point and applying it to the current students or even former or prior year students, it yields about the same number of students in the top categories. In that some years as few as 4 or 5, and some years maybe as many as a dozen. We would still continue to choose our valedictory, our speaker for the graduation ceremony. Traditionally, he's been the ASB president, other elected student, but also a speaker from this group chosen after they do kind of a speech contest in the campus and selected by the staff or administration. So what's an important question is, what if I'm a junior right now and I don't have a 4.3 because I can't earn that quite high a grade point average if I'm a junior? But as we talk to kids and we looked at schedules, it's quite easy for them in their senior year to move that direction. And again, these are the top students who are already on track for the other measure. And so it wouldn't remove anyone from recognition, but it would simply kind of expand it just slightly and make it more predictable. So that's what the kind of the consensus was in the room. So we told them the next steps were to bring this to you and find out what your questions were. We're really looking at potentially a change for the class of 2025. And this would allow us to be consistent with the way colleges evaluate our students. So we'll pause there for questions and kind of see where we want to take this next.
I have one question. If a student in, let's say, junior, chooses to attend VVC during summer, and it's not impacting the academic year with us, but the student has chosen to go to VVC for summer.
Right.
They could have done that as sophomores and done it as juniors. Will you accept their credits to add towards that? Because then you might have a junior who is meeting that 4.3 or 4.2.
Yeah.
Because now they have a college level coursework that meets the CSU and the UC requirements in that system. But they now have it and they can produce it. Will you deny them that to transfer that credit because they didn't get the approval from the counselor to do so?
Two different questions, but ultimately, yes, we would allow them. Any dual enrollment really does require them to get a signature from their counselor. So even for summer session, they've got to do that. And if it's UC, CSU transferable, we would accept it. They wouldn't have to bring it, however. So that would be up to the student. They would only have to bring that course if it was trying to satisfy a high school graduation requirement. So if they take the course because they're attempting to fulfill a history requirement that we have as well, they would need to bring it in order to fulfill that requirement and then free up a space in their schedule. But if they just took a course for a benefit that they're really interested in, a science, for example, they took a science course, they could bring it. We would honor it if it fulfilled those, like you said, UC, CSU. But if sometimes they don't want to bring it, right? They don't want to add it to their transcript for high school. This change might entice them to do so. What we know is that the colleges don't necessarily care if it's on our transcript. The universities they're transferring to are getting a transcript from the college, but they do like to see that students are dual enrolled because that shows the ability to handle that load. So you're right. It would help them get a leg up on that. We would accept it.
Thank you.
And you said, Pat, in the new system that the valedictorian would be chosen from the summa cum laude group by the staff?
Yeah, in the sense that they are now, right? So we have a group of valedictorians now, but only one speaks. And so the true valedictory, the speech given at graduation, is only given by one student. And so that student is chosen currently. Each high school does it slightly differently, but students kind of apply, they write a speech ahead of time, and then they give the speech. We started doing that years ago because we had too many valedictorians to speak. And then sort of like to make a fair, some students were kind of relieved they didn't have to. Not everyone necessarily even wanted to. And then also it made it so that they had their speeches done ahead of time. And sometimes they were writing them the night before, we could kind of tell. And so, yes, we would maintain the current practice. And so the speech given by the sort of highest ranked, it would still come from that most elite top group, that 4.3 and above GPA.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Crickets. Thank you.
So I think our next step is then to bring back a sample. It does have a board policy associated. So a board policy, the board policy has only a minor single sentence reference that would have to be adjusted, but that will take 2 board meetings. And then, but the administrative regulation that's most instructive here would then come at the second read of the board policy. So our plan will be to bring that to you in February, March. Okay, thanks so much. We're so excited for this.
Thank you. Informational presentation on maintenance and operations.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give me a second to grab the screen here. And while I'm doing that, I would like to introduce Mr. Jim Hopper, our Director of Maintenance and Operations. I'll ask him to join me up here. I'm going to let him do probably 99.9% of the talking as we go through the slides. And I need my glasses. There you go. All right.
Yeah, perfect. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. Thank you for letting me come speak a little bit about the world of M&O. I would like to open up by speaking about some of our larger projects that we have going on in the district. These are multi-year projects. Things like district-wide HVAC replacement, new lock hardware at all of our school sites, as well as like touchless restroom fixtures and bottle filling stations. We have over 900 pieces of HVAC equipment, heating and ventilation, air conditioning equipment throughout the district. We're currently in a multi-year project to replace hopefully 100%. We're about 80% done with that project on a third year cycle right now. We're working that in phases. We've been lucky enough to get some ESSER funds for replacement of most of those units, and it's allowed us really to do some good upgrades for our HVAC systems. The biggest improvement is our filtration system. As you can see there, we have now MERV 13 filtration. What that is basically a efficiency rating for your filters. All of our older units used to be MERV 8 filtration, and with the onset of COVID, we were able to upgrade, and with the MERV 13 filters, we were able to get a lot better air filtration through into the classrooms. Another big upgrade is CO2 monitoring. Every classroom now has a CO2 monitor on the wall, so we're able to tell the levels of CO2. Studies have shown that elevated levels of CO2 does actually relate to learning, and we want to make sure to keep the rooms with clean air and efficient learning. So The machines actually have parts on them that will bring in fresh air if they sense elevated levels of CO2. One of the best things we've been able to do is actually the energy management system. We have a acronym EMS system for short. Basically, all of the new air conditioning heating units in our district are going to be connected to a computer system. And we're able to bring up an application on a phone, tablet, computer, and take a look at that piece of equipment from anywhere, really nationwide. We can log in, take a look at the equipment. That gives us the ability to diagnose before having to physically go out to the site to see what's wrong with the unit. You can tell when the thermostat was adjusted, if the compressor's running, what the temperature in the room is, all of those levels. So very, very excited to have that EMS part of the system for us.
It also allows Jim and his staff the ability to adjust temperatures, turn units on and off if rooms are vacant, and those types of things. But they didn't give me those controls, which is probably a good thing.
Yes, thank you, Matt. Another big project, multi-year project we began in 2017 is a lock hardware upgrade. We're removing all of the old locks and hardware, panic exit devices, doorknobs, and going to a more secure system. So obviously we can't do that during the day because of the students and the security. So those are usually summertime projects. We've, like I said, began in 2017 and we've gotten through most of the district. We still have 2 schools to complete, as well as this facility and the operations center. We're hoping to do Granite Hills High School, one of our last 2 schools this summer of 24. It's very, very interesting. The key system that we invested in is actually proprietary. No one within a range of, I think, 250 miles can duplicate, sell, copy, or anything to do with our particular key system. So highly secure and a great investment for our district's safety and security. One other thing, COVID, a byproduct was the touchless fixtures in our restrooms. We've been trying to make the restrooms safer and a little more sanitary. So you'll see as you go through the district, all of our restrooms are now getting touchless fixtures for the toilets, urinals, and sinks. So we're about 90% done with the district, getting through upgrading to touchless fixtures, as well as new drinking fountains with bottle filling stations. So students can actually bring their water bottle and go up to the drinking fountain and fill their personal water bottle as well. I'm going to talk about a little of the less glamorous things in the M&O department. Some of this stuff actually was deferred when I took over about 6-7 years ago. We're trying to play a little bit of catch up. Things like exterior painting of the schools, interior carpeting, our playground upgrades, and then roofing and tree trimming, believe it or not, are things that we really don't think about, but are very important to maintain. I did want to thank our superintendent for our standardized color scheme. It was actually her idea for us to stick with 3 base colors for all of the schools in our district. We have 3 neutral colors of tan or brown, and it makes it very easy for us to go do repairs and touch-ups. There are a couple of schools that have proprietary colors. They're trim colors. You'll notice at a few school sites, but yes, Apple. But for the most part, the majority of our school sites are all this same color scheme. We started out painting Granite Hills High School in 2017, and I planned for a 10-year cycle so that at the end of 10 years, we'll have all of our schools done, and then we could start on that cycle again. We're actually far surpassing that. We've been able to paint 9 schools in the last 4 years, so we're doing real good on that schedule. Another thing I'm very excited about is the standardization in our district of carpet squares or carpet tiles. These are 2 foot by 2 foot squares of carpet. The reason I'm excited about it is it's a very easy installation. It's basically you're just gluing down tile squares, and we have in-house employees that can do that. So we don't have to sub out all of our carpet. Picture here of the Newton T. Bass Stadium's press box had the old carpet in there. One of our in-house employees went out, ripped out the old carpet, and was able to put in all of this new carpet in-house. Economical benefits, if you were to stain a square or have something gum stuck on it, you can just pull that square up and glue a new one in. As well as the long-term benefits, you only really have to replace the traffic pattern. All of the things on the sides really don't get used, so we can pull up the walkway pattern and replace those squares. So a lot of big benefits to that. We're trying to do a school per summer. So we have done 5 schools in the last 5 years, and every summer we try to pick a school and get that school recarpeted. So hoping to get a few more done here in the near future. Another thing is our playground equipment. We've been trying to upgrade the actual equipment itself. There are a couple of pictures here. One is a nice big new playground with a huge shade structure over at Sycamore Rocks up on the top right. And then we also have a picture of the newer unit we put over at Sandia. One of the nice things that Matt and I are doing for the playgrounds are we're trying to replace the wood chips, the 5-bar, with the poured-in-place rubber. That's that bouncy rubber you go on when you walk in the McDonald's playgrounds inside. It's a little bit more upfront expense, but we believe long-term it's going to pay for itself and believe it's to be a little bit safer for the students as well. And then obviously, whenever we put in a new structure, we're trying to include shade. That's something that we are lacking in our district at the playground, so trying to include that as well. This is a panoramic shot of a roof up at Sycamore Rocks. Like I said, not too glamorous, but very necessary for the preventative maintenance so that we can keep these buildings alive and lasting for many years. Okay, I'm going to transition over into the world of operations for a moment. This picture here is of one of our custodial leadership meetings, which that's incorrect. We're doing this every 2 months now. What we do is we pull together all of our day and night lead custodians, and we all get together and share ideas and talk about procedures and processes. We concentrate on standardization throughout the district, from our materials to our procedures. Also leadership skills, because these are the leaders of the custodians at their sites. And Colleen Bon Marcus, she's up in the front there of that picture. She's our custodial supervisor. She's big on the communication piece. She really is emphasizing the principals and their daily custodians communicating so that everyone is on the same page. A little slow there. This slide I put in just for reference. This is really just common building cleaning standards for commercial buildings. I'm not going to read it, but basically a level 1 is the highest and level 5 is the lowest. Level 1, you can see it's a spotless cleaning, such as what might be found in a hospital or corporate settings. Unfortunately, we're not at that level. We operate more around a higher level 3, almost to a level 2 standard. And the California Association of CASBO actually has a formula for calculating how many custodians you should have. I won't bore you with the details, but basically you take the amount of students, the teachers, the classrooms, the square footages, you average all of those together, and they'll give you the amount of full-time equivalent employees, or what we call FTEs. I actually have a graph here of our current and the CASBO recommended. So the CASBO calculation FTE column shows, according to their formula, what we should have at our schools. The next column, the current, is what we have, and it shows the differential in FTEs or hours and minutes. So for example, Granite Hills High School, they recommend 7.32 FTE. We actually are operating a little over that with 9, and that basically is a 1.6 over, or 13 hours over. Both high schools are a little over, and that's mainly because of their after-school programs, their night programs. All of the rest of our schools were just about right on, 0, maybe a half an FTE over. So we're hoping We actually were able to increase the staffing this last season, so we're hoping to get closer to that level 2 of cleanliness and service. This is actually something that we're very proud of in our department and actually throughout the district. This is related to the Williams Act walks. This is the facility tool inspection, or the FIT report, as you may have heard. We actually have an independent contractor come out annually and do an assessment or an evaluation of all of our sites. They will walk looking for things as small as torn wallpaper, ceiling tiles that are chipped or cracked, tears in the carpets, all the way up to more hazardous things, broken windows and things of that nature. And what they do is they score us on a pretty rigorous amount of items. And we actually are faring very well comparing to the data that the gentleman has reported to Matt and I. Some of the districts he said he has visited are actually scoring as low as in the 25 percentile, 25%. So as you can see, I have a 5-year difference here. Back in 2018, we had 5 of our schools rank in the fair category. And this last year, we had only 1 of those schools. And I would like to mention that there was one single item that caused a sufficient deficit that actually brought that score for Granite Hills down very far. Otherwise, they would have had a 92%, and we would have had all of our schools in the good category. The only thing above good is excellent, and it's a 99.9%, which is pretty hard to achieve, but we are striving to. Matter of fact, if you can look at Rio Vista, they scored the highest in our district ever at 98.57. So he congratulated us after giving us this report and said that we're doing a great job in our district with that. So that's something that we're very proud of. A little bit of a delay. Okay, so this is actually the last slide that I have, and I really wanted to talk about the maintenance department. Actually, this goes to what Ms. Okpara was speaking about with the family-oriented feeling. The employees, the men and women in our department really have that team mentality, that family mentality. There's a sense of camaraderie and the common goal. You know, we have high morale throughout our department, and it's just really great to see. A matter of fact, I'll give you one example. I was actually in interviews earlier today. One of our current employees was applying for a higher level position, and one of the questions was, you know, why do you want to work for Apple Valley? And the answer was really, it's a family atmosphere here. And that's not the first time I've heard that. It's been several times that we've actually heard people say that that's one of the reasons that they want to stay and work in the Apple Valley Unified School District. So just wanted to let you know that we are very, very proud of what we do, and I'm just lucky to be a part of it. So thank you all.
If you're ready, I'll go on with
I'm ready.
the next one on the agenda.
Born ready.
All right. I wanted to give a little update on some of our facilities work that we've been doing. And I don't know if anybody remembers, I had to throw this in there. It all started with, well, it started a long time ago, but our recent work really started with a for sale sign that popped up on a couple pieces of property. That you do not have a printout of this one, I apologize. Okay. I should have mentioned that prior. I had a malfunction with our copier and just kind of threw my hands up in the air and said, forget it. I can get you a copy if you'd like one, though. A for sale sign popped up next to Granite Hills High School, and I was told, hey, let's go try and buy that property. And we closed on the first 10 acres of that large vacant property adjacent to Granite in July of 2018. If you can believe, it's been 5.5 years since we bought that first 10. And you can see we got another 10 in March of 20 and 20 more in March of 21 for that vacant property next to Granite. And that started a lot of conversations. One of the conversations that started was a little history about Measure S, our GO bond from 2004. what that was used for, how much we have left on debt service on that particular bond. And the local community, I get calls from the local community every year when the property tax statements are mailed out as to, I don't have any kids in your school, why am I paying? And they're always very gracious, and I do my best to explain how the general obligation bond works. It's across the entire school district. It's voted on by the members of the community, and they were gracious enough to support our bond back in 2004. And 99% of those conversations end on a positive note. Occasionally I get somebody who's still not really happy about paying that. And I understand we have a lot of people in our community that do live on fixed incomes. That was our first conversation. And then in April 2022, I brought a resolution to the board to begin the process of exploring the feasibility of a facility bond possibly coming up this year. We are now in 2024. Our target's November. And the board gave me direction to get a financial advisor on board. We have Piper Sandler's been our financial advisor for years. I do have to share with the board a gentleman by the name of Tim Carty, who I've personally worked with and who has personally worked with many school districts across Southern California and across the state in these financing projects. He retired December 31st. But he passed us on to his colleague, a gentleman by the name of Jin Kim, who has been the second in command on many of our projects, very familiar with Apple Valley Unified. So we had a great conference call just before the winter break. And we also brought on board Eric Hall and Associates to assist with our facilities needs assessment and facility master plan as a planning consultant. So a little bit about the actual master planning process. We engaged Eric Hall and Associates through the RFP process. It did take us a little while to write a good RFP, and it took us a little while to get that out, to advertise, to interview and select. And we did engage with Eric Hall and Associates in December of 2022. They quickly started with the facility needs assessment. Their subcontractor, their partner, was Westberg White Architecture, who sent representatives to all of our school sites, walking our school sites, looking at our facilities and our infrastructure. Davis Demographics is the partner doing a demographic study and a capacity analysis of our schools. And then they held, and I attended, and cabinet attended site and district facility meetings where we were able to gather input from parents, our staff, and our community about our conditions of schools and their priorities. And I tell you, every site came with great ideas about what they need, what they want, and it's really kind of navigating the waters. I put this on there because I was provided a link just before winter break to the start of the document, but I got an email at 6:52 this evening where I got a link to the entire draft document finally. It's a little over 650 pages. It's quite a substantial piece of work. It identifies lots of things about our district. It identifies lots of possible projects that we could do to improve our schools for the future student, for the current students and the future students of Apple Valley. Some of the next steps with this, I'll be conducting a review. I'll be making some suggestions. I'll be taking it to cabinet. We'll be taking a look at it, possibly suggesting some edits, and then we'll bring it to the board in the very near future for your consideration. Once you consider that, and if you choose to adopt that facility master plan, the next step is really looking at how we can begin to fund some of these projects and what we can do. This is, as Jim talked about, some multi-year maintenance projects, a true facility master plan. This particular document is just the start. It does not start and end. It starts a process that will continue as long as Apple Valley Unified really exists, to continually update this plan and our facilities for our students in our community. One of the projects that came up with the property is really outside of the master plan. We began this discussion was the stadium over at Granite Hills High School. And if you recall, I've given a couple presentations on this in the past. This is just one of the slides, talked about the things we were considering for the stadium. Just wanted to reintroduce that. And then talk about some of the process we've gone through. We did engage board direction and architect to begin the design. SGH Architects was chosen through the RFP process. We have had 3 scoping meetings. The first meeting was kind of a large group. We involved Adam, several members of his staff, the architects, members of our construction management project team, really to talk about, again, the needs in an athletic facility and the wants. The wish list is long, very long, and very expensive. So one of the things we've had to do, we've had a couple additional meetings, kind of a smaller group, to really talk about prioritizing what do we need to do to build a usable facility that in the future can be expanded in kind of a phased approach. What comes first, what comes second, what comes third. So we've developed some concepts with the architect. He's developed some preliminary budgets, and those kind of change as we say, well, that's not on phase one, that's phase 1B, or this is phase 2. But he was able to send me some renderings. Now, asterisk, caveat, disclaimer. These are for illustrative purposes only. These are not approved designs, but there's some pretty pictures. So that's kind of where we came up with to put it. We got 40 acres. We got a lot of space. The thought is it's best to build from the edge of the campus out rather than start it central toward the campus, because we can incorporate the existing parking as serving the stadium and serving that facility. And one of the ideas we had, you'll see there's an entrance off of ESA's there at the south end of the stadium, and that is designed for future expansion and additional parking to the west towards central as we're able to build more phases around this, more fields, more things for the students and the community to use there at Granite Hills High School. Another rendering. One thing I'd like to point out, if you see that, you see the little roundabout, that building directly there in front of the roundabout, that's just that's an entrance plaza. Home on the left, visitor on the right. And yes, home is is kind of a longer walk from the parking lot for now until we're able to build more. But you always want the home side with the sun at their backs in the evening and the sun in the face of the visitors, right? So that's why we did it that way. There's lights at night because it'll have lights, we hope. Another rendering of the entrance plaza there. And that entrance plaza, it was interesting. One of the topics, the architect was like, well, we're going to have ticket booths. And Daniel Rincon, the athletic director over at Granite Hill, said, well, we don't need ticket booths. We do tickets on the phone. It's all electronic, so we don't need ticket booths. So that actually kind of cleans up the entrance plaza a little bit and allows for quicker entry. Just another view, another rendering. Again, none of this is approved design. These are all architects and their imaginations. But some really neat drawings as a concept to really have something to look at for Adam and Daniel and their staff and their kids over there at Granite Hills High School. And I got to say, I know Dennis is not here. I think he would really enjoy seeing some of this. I haven't shared it with him, but I'm sure I'll be able to share it with him in the very near future. So the other project that we talked about outside of the facilities master plan was our transitional kindergarten. These are some slides I shared with way back, kind of talking about TK and what it might mean to us. You remember we had to begin offering it in the 21-22 school year. We thought, okay, it's being phased in multi-year. We got 164 TK last year. We could have had up to 415, just using kind of 1,000 as a benchmark and how many months of the calendar year were open for enrollment. We could have had 415, we got 227. And the state really analyzed the TK enrollment and how many of the kids were actually showing up. And it's really falling in between 55 to 65% of the eligible transitional kindergarten students are actually enrolling. We have a lot of families that are choosing to keep their 4-year-olds at home. They're not choosing to enroll them in transitional kindergarten or continuing to use the preschool programs as a half-day program, because a full-day TK program can be pretty long day for a young kid. This year, we could have had as many as 580 students. You see the projected enrollment for the 23-24. I checked the enrollment sheet from the December board meeting. We had 308. So you see, we're a little below 60% at that 308, but we're right in line with the state's estimate of the eligible transitional kindergarten students showing up. And again, that's just the next 2 years and how we have to load the classrooms. They're 24 to 1, or I'm sorry, they're 24 to 2, one teacher and one paraeducator in classrooms. And that will eventually go to a 20 to 2 or 10 to 1 student to adult ratio. So we do have a need. It's probably not as many as 45 with only about 60% of the kids showing up. We do have classroom needs. We've been able to reduce preschool classrooms a little bit because the preschool students are now eligible for the transitional kindergarten. So we've been kind of swapping use to make it work to this point. We put together a TK team with Frick and Jete Architects and California Professional Management again as our construction manager. And just a little update on the status. We do have preliminary site plans for 3 schools. We chose to start at Sandia because there's a large vacant lot directly to the east of Sandia that we own. And that's right adjacent to the current kindergarten area. So we thought it'd be best to just, if we could expand that kinder area and put some TK classrooms at that one. We chose Desert Knolls, the west side of town, and then we chose Yuckaloma as our first 3 sites for some transitional kindergarten. We're doing this project a little bit different. Rather than packaging it as 1 bid, we're packaging it as 2 bids, and we actually have advertised for a modular building bid. We opened those bids on Tuesday, and we're pleasantly surprised. The low bid came in significantly less than kind of what we were figuring on a building cost. So that's good news for us in terms of a construction project. And our construction manager, CPM, is currently working on developing a construction budget and schedule now that we have a building cost or a potential building cost within our parent low bidder. And we're targeting an operational date for this first phase of classrooms is July 1, 2005, which, as a previous slide referenced, is the year transitional kindergarten is a full grade level. The entire year is open. Come on. Okay, there we go. Yuckaloma. If you look kind of the existing campus, you look to the top right of the existing campus, that area is currently Yuckaloma Park, operated by the town of Apple Valley, but owned by us. Trinae and I have met with representatives of the town. We have talked with them about this concept, and we will be providing them with notice here in the very near future that it is our intent to take that park back to expand our kindergarten area. But you see, we do have 3 transitional kindergarten buildings planned in that area. And I have a schematic of the building in a later slide. It actually has 2 classrooms per building. And a new quad area with a shade structure. And we're also going to be upgrading a couple play structures on that campus. And as Jim mentioned earlier, when we upgrade play structures, we are putting shade over those play structures. So unfortunately, kind of what's happened in this particular site on this project, it's called project scope creep. It just gets a little bigger, and then you're like, oh, well, why don't we go another 20 feet? Just gets a little bigger and a little bigger. So as we bid these projects out, we'll definitely have to evaluate what we're able to do and what we're not able to do in terms of construction. But the classrooms, of course, are the top priority as we will get more transitional kindergarten students. This is Sandia. If you look to the left, that's that large vacant lot to the east of Sandia, and we're again proposing 3 classrooms with a quad area and upgraded play structure with shade. We will have a fire lane. That's the white driveway to the far left with a couple of ADA accessible spaces. We chose to put the ADA accessible spaces adjacent to the TK so we didn't have to do upgrade work on the parking lot on the far west edge of the campus. That's kind of a cost controlling measure because when you start having to do an ADA path of travel across an entire campus that is that old, you end up demolishing and repouring a lot of concrete. And finally, Desert Knolls. Desert Knolls on the top there, you'll see the white area. That's actually a proposed safe dispersal area and asphalt area. But again, we're proposing 3 classrooms with upgraded play, shade. We will have to move an existing play structure for the upper grades to make room. But on that edge of campus was what we determined to do. And all of these site plans were put together in consultation with the site administrators. They had say, they had, for instance, Pam down at Desert Knolls, she's got some trees back there that she wanted to save. So that actually, she encouraged us to move the buildings a little further south to save some of those trees. And it actually worked out pretty good. It gives the kinder, preschool, and transitional kinders a little larger play area and a little more grass field space in that area. And I think this is my last slide of the evening in this particular presentation. This is the building. You'll see it's a 40 by 72 building. It houses 2 classrooms, one on each side. And in those classrooms, you'll see there's student toilets that are accessible for the kids, directly accessible from the classroom. There is a staff toilet room, which is accessible from the teacher workroom there in the center. There is a student height sink and a student and adult height drinking with bottle fill station planned, and then a adult height sink. And we're actually going to expand the casework there up in the front. But again, this classroom design was put together with input from elementary school principals who got input from their kindergarten and transitional kindergarten teachers. So there were a lot of ideas thrown out. Unfortunately, we're not able to do everything that the teachers and the principals wanted in the rooms, but we were able to do a lot of it. So I think these rooms will serve our students and our teachers well in the coming years. Any questions?
I do have a question. Okay, there's my, with all this growth, do you have room in the cafeteria for the students to have their lunch? And or when you have inclement weather, will you have a place for them to go? Because there's all this classroom space, but if there is when it's time for them to play or when it's time for them to eat, do they have enough space to house those kids for eating? Or is this going to require that the schools will now have to have 3 lunches instead of 2 to be able to accommodate the growth that we are expecting?
Well, I think that's a great question. And right off the top of my head, no, our cafeterias are not large enough. They're not going to be large enough. They're not large enough right now at many of our elementary schools. That's why I would look at some of our elementary principals in the room and I'm thinking, they have a lot more than 2 or 3 lunches. They already have 4 or 5 or even 6 lunches, 8 lunches. Wow. So I think, yes, it is going to impact the school sites and how they operate in serving lunches. Yes, it is going to impact the school sites when there's inclement weather. We do have the ability to do lunch in the classroom if need be. So there are some ways to work around that, but absolutely, our sites with this growth will be impacted. So I'm going to step to the side and say, that's why we did a facility needs assessment. That's why in that facility needs assessment, there's going to probably be some recommendations to expand our cafeterias, to expand our general facilities that serve the entire schools, because you look at Desert Knolls and it was originally built for probably about 400 kids. It has a lot more than 400 kids. And yes, the infrastructure struggles to keep up with the needs.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kylie, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Okay, superintendent's comment? No more. Mrs. Buchanan? Comment?
I do, even though it's past my bedtime. You think I'm joking, it really is. I just wanted to ask, because I know we don't really have like a future agenda item area, but do we have a plan for later for the new law for cursive. I know that seems silly, but we're supposed to.
I can take this.
Thank you.
We do. We've got a curriculum instruction, thetis department's got a group coming together to evaluate some options and begin that process. So they're in, even though it was an immediate, it was signed as an urgency bill.
I couldn't find anything that really said like how soon it had
Yeah,
to. It
kindergarten-
just said it starts right
Cursive is
away,
an
but, like,
emergency.
right. Well, I mean, they should be able to read the Declaration of Independence and
So yes,
historical documents are written. And
folks
but
are coming
still,
together to decide on curriculum to purchase and training to get going.
I've been a
So,
proponent of cursive since forever, but
yes, thanks for noticing that. It is,
I was just
it is in the works.
curious. Like, okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. RC?
Nothing further.
Mr. Raleigh?
No.
Nothing from me. Now we go to special meeting, Public Facilities Corporation. I need a motion to adjourn to a public meeting of the Apple Valley Unified School District Public Facilities Corporation for a new business as deemed necessary.
So moved.
A second.
The time is 9.
Late.
And then we just need a vote.
I did receive the vote. I have the motion. The following are the current officers as elected at the January 12, 2023 meeting.
I think we're voting to go into the meeting.
So we're going to the meeting.
Aye.
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 That's what happens after 9.
Okay, so the following are the current officers as elected at the January 12, 2023 meeting. President Maria Okpara, Vice President Amanda Buchanan, Secretary Gary R.C., Chief Financial Officer Rick Raleigh. Only elected officers may vote during this portion of the meeting. So we're good to go. Okay. Roll call, Maria Okpara, President, Amanda Buchanan, Vice President, Gary R.C., Secretary, Rick Raleigh, Chief Financial Officer.
Here.
Okay. You're all here, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Anybody not here that I missed?
We're here.
Okay. So we go back to,
We'll
you're
need a
selecting.
selection of the officers of the board of directors. This will be for the next year.
For
That's what it-
2024.
so, okay, selection of the Board of Directors of the Apple Valley Unified School District Public Facilities Corporation. We need a nomination, a motion for president. Who is the president? Who wants to be the president?
I nominate Gary R.C.
Gary.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Vice President, I nominate Rick Raleigh.
Second.
I was going to give it to Amanda.
Too late.
Okay.
Secretary Amanda.
Okay.
Did you take a vote on that? You need a vote
I need a vote.
on the vice president.
Please.
Oh,
You
we
need
have
a
to go
vote
back and
on
vote
the
first.
Vice
Yeah.
President.
Aye.
I second that.
aye.
I need a vote on the Secretary Amanda.
Aye.
We need a second on the secretary for Amanda. I have Ms. Opara has the motion on the table
Amanda.
for Amanda as a
did.
secretary.
Yeah, I did.
And then we need a second
I'll second it.
and then a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. This is the
I'll
hardest
nominate
one.
Maria for, or can we do Dennis if he's not here? Or do you want it, Maria? I don't know.
Wow.
Right? Let's see, can he be
Yeah.
everything? That's what he gets for not being here. Okay, I nominate Maria for Chief Financial Officer.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay. So a selection of a time and place for the regular meeting of the Board of Directors. I never wanted this meeting to be this long.
I know,
Meeting time.
we had it here on January 16th, 2025. I make a motion that we
We accept
meet,
that.
we meet here on January 16th, 2025. We need a second for that motion.
I'll
Okay.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, held in conjunction with Festival Voice. Authorization given for the filing of the annual statement of domestic nonprofit corporation with the state of California. I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. It is recommended that the Board of Directors adjourn the meeting of the Public Facilities Corporation and reconvene the regular meeting of the Apple Valley Unified School District Board of Trustees, and the time is 9:11.
I just need a motion to
I'll make the
adjourn.
motion, we adjourn at 9:11.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We hereby convene the regular meeting. Discussion action section. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees discuss and take action on the following items.
So there was no changes to discussion item on
Certificated.
discipline cases?
Now we go to approve the certificated and classified personnel actions as listed.
Oh,
You
okay,
have that.
Okay.
You read that already.
right.
I make a motion, we approve it.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
discussion? Approve the recommendation for requested leaves as noted.
Oh, never mind. We need a motion
I
first.
need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Yes, in the future, can we have the, executive attached?
It was not attached
It
this
was
time?
not this time.
I apologize. We will make sure you have that, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately. Expulsion case number 6, 2023, 2024.
I make a motion that we approve the recommendation on item 6, the XP 6.
I'll second.
Any discussion? No discussion. And,
Make a motion that we approve.
A
no,
vote.
we
You
need to
a
vote.
Okay, I thought we did.
No,
Go ahead.
we just-
Aye.
I need a vote on that one.
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
okay.
Okay, item EXP 7, I make a motion that we approve the recommendation.
I'll second it. Any discussion? I need a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Administrative
I'll make a
AD.
motion that we approve admission case AD number 3.
I'll second. All in, any discussion? Nope. I need a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
I make a motion on expulsion case STIP number 1 to approve the recommendation.
I'll second that. Any discussion? I need a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, must keep going here. I'll make a motion that we approve AR number 9 recommendation.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Need a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving right along, I'll make another motion, AR number 10, 2324.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Need a vote?
Aye.
Okay, so I'll keep making the
Expunge.
motions here.
Expunge.
EXP number 12, expunge expulsion case. I'll make the motion that we approve the recommendation.
I second that. Any discussion? I need a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Grant authorization to the Assistant Superintendent at the Administrative Services to issue the notice of intent to award executive appropriate contract documents and issue the notice to proceed for the modular TK classroom buildings project. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second that. Any discussion? No discussion. I need a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Acknowledge receipt and review of the 2022-2023 audit report as prepared by Nigro and Nigro PC.
So moved.
Second, any discussion?
Uh, Madam President, I do have a brief presentation. I promised to get you out of here by 10 o'clock.
Midnight.
As discussion, if you'd like to do the vote, you can do the vote prior, or I can give my
Yeah.
little presentation prior to the vote.
Do your presentation.
Great, thank you. This is just a quick review of the audit of the 22-23 fiscal year. It was attached in your packet. You do not have a hard copy. If you would like a bound hard copy of the audit, yes, this is the presentation. It's just a few slides, but if you would like a bound hard copy of the audit, would you please let Kylie know, and we will be happy to get one to you. But you do have it attached as a PDF in your board packet. Just really quick, what is an audit? Of course, it's an independent opinion of our financial statements and also determines compliance with state and federal programs. That particular PDF attachment, you'll see there's the independent auditor's report on page 1 through 3, and I'm happy to say the auditor gave us what's called an unmodified. It's a clean opinion of Apple Valley Unified's financial statements. That's a direct reflection of the work that Cindy Kunkel, the Director of Business Services, and her staff monitoring our budget, our transactions, and anything financial. There's quite a letter. It's the management's discussion and analysis. It's pages 4 through 10. It's supposed to be designed as a readable analysis of the district's financial activities. And as you're perusing that, I would just call your attention to a chart that's table A3 on page 7. It's really a fund balance comparison. It looks at all of our operating funds from General Fund 01 all the way up to our Bond Redemption Fund 51, and how we ended the year prior, the activity during 22-23, and how we ended the 23 school year. And of course, there's an interesting discussion the auditor puts in there about the discussion of the 23-24 budget cycle, and then even into next year's budget cycle and what we might be impacted by. The government-wide financial statements is the meat of the audit. It's on pages 11 through 51, and you'll see in there our statement of net position, which is now actually $71.4 million at the end of June 23, primarily due to a lot of the one-time federal and state funds that came in. You'll see that net position most likely fall when I'm back up here in a year and we're looking at our financials ending in June 24, because that money expires and must be spent. So it will no longer be a capital asset. The government fund activity on page 15 and the notes from page 17 to 51, that really is a comprehensive explanation of those financials. It would refer you back to some of those charts and tables. It's really the layman's language to explain how they look at the financials. And again, all that's contained in the PDF report that was attached to your board packet. Some supplementary information in page 52 to 68. It's some of the stuff that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, like the schedule of the proportionate net pension liability and our schedule of our total OPEB liability. There's a net pension liability to fund both CalSTRS and CalPERS across the entire state of California. And we have an incremental percentage of that we're responsible for as a public employer employing both STRS and PERS retirees. So we're responsible for that net pension liability in the accounting world. Now, we only continue to contribute based on our contribution rates for our employees. That's kind of one of those things that's on paper that doesn't mean anything, but we have to include it in our audit. Instructional time requirements, and I referenced that specifically on page 63 because unfortunately you'll see on a later slide here we did have a finding on our instructional time requirements that I'll discuss in a little more detail. Findings and question costs in the financial statements, none, and federal awards are none. Unfortunately, what I just mentioned, we did have a state award finding. Back on March 3rd, 2003, we had a significant water leak at Sycamore Rocks Elementary School that caused us to close the campus for that day, and students were not able to attend school. As you know, we're required to provide 180 days of instruction. With that incident, we only were able to offer 179 days of instruction at Sycamore Rocks. Now, we did bring to you in April a J13 waiver where we applied for the state to basically forgive us that day at Sycamore Rocks. Because there was no water supply. There was some dangerous flooding and erosion on the campus that early morning that would have created some hazards, hence why we closed the school that day. San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools did look at our waiver application. They approved it and they forwarded it to the California Department of Education in April of 2023. And the CDE's decision is still pending. The CDE is saying it's taking between 8 to 10 months for them to respond to J13 waiver requests because of the number of requests they're getting. And they have told, the CDE did tell Mr. Cassida, he's the Business Advisory Services Director down at County Schools. He was told that they have dedicated additional staff. They're trying to get their response time down to 6 months. So we're still waiting. Now, we believe it's going to be approved because, as Mr. Cassida shared with us, they don't send waiver requests to the CDE that are going to be denied. They screen them first. If they approve it, they're very certain that the CDE will approve it. So we're counting on that being approved. However, if the CDE decides not to approve it, we are facing a penalty of loss of apportionment of just over $450,000. Now, that's because since we did not offer 180 days of instruction at Sycamore Rocks, a TK through 6 school, we are penalized across the entire district in the TK through 6 grade span because we didn't meet the requirement in our TK through 6 grade span. That's why that penalty is so large. If it was just Sycamore Rocks, that penalty would be significantly less. But we are very confident that waiver will be approved and we will not suffer any apportionment loss. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, I need a vote now. Oh, did we have, I need somebody to,
We already did.
we did that, so I need a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, consent agenda. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees consider approving a number of agenda items as a consent list. Consent items are routine in nature and can be enacted in one motion without further discussion. This procedure conserves meeting time for a full discussion of significant issues. Consent items to be approved in one motion are 1 through 21.
I make a motion, we approve items 1 through 21.
Can I,
No?
Let's second it first.
before we second it, can I request that we pull 1 and 2
So 1 and 2.
for discussion?
Okay. Okay, so we need.
So I make a motion that we approve items 3 through 21 on the consent agenda.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, item 1.
Okay. So I just had a question about item 1 with for the school board recognition month. It just seemed odd to me for us to have a resolution for us to recognize ourselves and us to take action and sign off on it. It seems self-congratulatory and awkward.
So because California School Boards Association recognition of the month, I was asked to bring forward a resolution, which I did. And the only way for it to happen is for you as a board to take action.
Okay.
You got 2. You pulled 2, right?
Yeah, number 2, I was going to ask, when I looked at the draft, after the AVUSD comments, I just know I had asked about having it followed up on, and it wasn't in there.
Oh, I wouldn't have followed up that way. I would have sent it to you as board members, which I did.
Oh, okay, I just wasn't sure if like my comment should be in there or if
for the follow-up,
or I didn't know, like, because normally doesn't it keep like what we have
that you
is-
had requested for the follow-up to
or
be there.
should that be there, or
It can be.
isn't
We can
it?
amend it to add that. So you can ask to have that amended right now, and then we can just adopt it that way.
Is that appropriate or?
Yes, it
Totally
is
appropriate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is appropriate.
Yes, it
Okay.
is appropriate.
Can we amend that to add that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the importance of having us read the minutes. So if you see anything in the minutes that didn't match up with what you said, you can ask for it to be
Absolutely. Okay.
amended.
That was it.
Okay, so the recommendation is to amend the minutes, adding the request for follow-up from Ms. Buchanan. And if on one,
I'm going to approve it as amended.
you recommend, you're motioning to approve it as recommended, as amended. I need a second.
I'll second that.
I'll second.
Okay.
And then you need a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we finished the,
Well, one, you had pulled
That was
one.
number 2. Then I guess number 1.
So we discussed it, but are you going
Yeah,
to make a
the-
motion and approve it?
the motion for school board recognition, it can be put in there, but it shouldn't have the name of the board members recognizing themselves. It seems a little odd. So if we can have it, but it can just say, this is school board recognition month.
It's probably too late now. I kind of looked around. The only other district I saw that did anything like that was Victor Elementary, and they just stuck it in as an informational item. But it doesn't matter at this point. It's too late. But just because I was kind of looking around to see what other ones did, because I saw that and I thought, why are we giving ourselves recognition? That just seems so.
We did prepare the item as presented by Trinae, and the background is specific to the district joining more than 1,000 other local agencies in the state recognizing the school board as a whole. I can change the signature page if you guys would like and have it come directly as a signature from Trinae recognizing you guys, if you prefer that as an option, maybe.
I think that will be, it just seems, I'm not used to recognizing myself. And so I'm a little bit, a part of me is uncomfortable, but a part of me also believes that, we've come to a point where we need to recognize the different aspects of what makes this a school district. So when there is a administrators recognition, then the board can sign
Yeah, I would
off on
definitely like
that.
to see these for, like the
So if
administrators
it's,
and
the teachers month or whatever it is, the board can participate in it. When there is office managers month.
I guess this
we
was just
all
the
can
first
sign.
one, and I was
This
like,
is the
this is
first
so
one.
weird,
we are
recognizing
kind of like
ourselves.
trying to navigate how this whole thing plays out. That's just how I feel just listening to it now.
Okay,
So-
it's not a problem.
We can.
Whatever,
I mean,
I'll
we
do
can.
whatever.
I just wanted to ask about it. It's-
So I heard amend it with just my signature, if that's what you'd
Yeah,
like,
that would-
as the board taking action on me saying that we're recognizing California School Boards Association. It's actually school board associations, national. So
Okay. So with
I'm
that,
good
will-
with
will that work
however.
with you?
I just wanted to discuss it when I saw. I just was curious what anybody else thought, and I can't ask until we are here. So
Okay. So how about we just do it this way so that we can go to bed? Just have it as, that it will be signed off by the superintendent.
So the resolution language will remain the same. The signature line will be
We'll just have the
reduced to just the superintendent.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you. Is that good enough for everybody? Thank you.
We'll just need a motion to,
as amended.
I will need a motion to amend it to just have the superintendent's signature as the person making the resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're not going to any more closed session. Can I get a call? I'm going to.
No.
There are no action taken, no more closed session. There being no further business.
Will you remind everybody that the board meeting will begin at?
Okay.
At 4. Yeah.
Okay, the next board meeting that we're going to have next month is going to begin at 4. But we're going to begin at 4, but we still come back to the open section after about 7ish, because we have some business to conduct. There being no further business to come before the Board of Trustees, it is recommended that the meeting be adjourned. I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much.